Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Bankshift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bankshift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, Bankshift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really really personal trust with VP Racing Fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing Fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge.
The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bank shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicon hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Well, good evening all. Welcome to Sydney Dragway, Friday night bike night. My name's Adam Heron and tonight we've got a dedicated bike night to the bikes of Sydney. At the moment we're just doing a little bit of a training session for the first timers. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Friday night bike night at Sydney Dragway. My name is Adam Heron. I am accompanied by the Stephen Bush. We'll just start off with our first two bikes. Looks like it's going to be a packed night. The lanes look nearly half, 3/4 full, which is really enticing.
Yeah, we've got a good number of bikes down there already in the staging lanes. Adam, of course, tonight a repeat of last month's bike night. We had a fantastic number of entries, and of course, if you've got friends at home and they've talked about, maybe talk smack about coming out and saying how quick their bikes are, tonight's the night. Get them to bring their bike down. Of course, they've got helmets and leathers and long pants and all the necessary safety, because you need that to ride on the road, right? So there's no real excuse, if they're only sitting at home, why they can't come out and be part of tonight.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right, Bush. It's a good night to get your grip mates, get your riding grip down. Maybe avoid the Nash show tonight and come down to the Dragway and do some times. First lot down the track.
And not a bad reaction time there in the aeroflow lane. 0.123 and an 11.70 across the finish line at 114 mile an hour to a 12.57 with a 9 at 122. Of course, burnouts are not mandatory. If you don't feel comfortable doing a big smoky burnout, you don't have to. They are great fun, but not a necessity. The track, obviously we had a little bit of a shower earlier on, or did at work, which is not far from here, but of course the track in very good racing condition right now. 0.68 on the tree for the aeroflow lane. It's 68 thousandths of a second after that green light came on.
Yeah, but you can definitely see how that reaction time definitely got him ahead, and he maintained it, crossed over for 11.7 at 110, and the Rocket Lane crossed over at 14.7 at 88. Good to see a good variety of bikes to your Harleys and Ducatis and Kawasaki's and
plenty of sports bikes, but of course there's all sorts of different styles of sport bike too in riding position, and I think there's a couple of road trails down there too. So basically anything motorcycle related could race tonight. We've got the Harley down there in the airflow lane, taking on the sports bike in the Rocket Lane.
Good reaction time from the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, not too bad. 0.94. And the sports bike, our quickest so far, 10.82, 136 mile an hour. That's certainly getting on down the top end.
Yeah, definitely, mate. The Rocket Lane crosses over the 15.9. Probably not first run, get it out of the way, get the nerves out. Next two are off.
I guess the biggest thing with tonight is a little bit of clutch management off the start line, trying to keep that front wheel down or get the weight right over the front wheel.
And also being the first run, you don't know what the conditions of the track are. You've got to try and feel it out, and then once you get used to it, you'll be able to push on through.
That's exactly right. Of course, some of our bikes here, slightly different clutch arrangement. They run like a slider clutch where they can be a little bit more aggressive on letting go of the clutch. I say this as a super experienced motorcycle. I've ridden not one motorbike in my life.
But I do believe they do have like delay boxes.
Yes. All right, the Rocket Lane out in front, pretty close to the centre line there. Of course, not a huge amount of track prep over there, but a 10.62 with an 8, 133 mile an hour to 147 mile an hour with a 10.27, I think it was, in the airflow lane. Very big speed, of course, 140 mile an hour is 220 odd kilometres per hour.
Amazing.
Yeah. We saw a couple of our street cars on Wednesday night do a good 10 plus that. I don't know if that, I'm not.
There's a bit of metal between you though.
Yes, this is true.
Close to a zero reaction time there for Rocket. Unfortunately, it went red at 0.5, but the goes ahead takes the win for a 10.56 at 139.
And a 12.52 with a 6 at 106 in the aeroflow lane. Look at you all multitasking up here.
Yeah, I'm doing the Starship Enterprise tonight and talking at the same time. I usually try and avoid that doing things at work, because I try and do one thing at once and I can hardly do that. So
same.
We'll see how we go.
0.97 on the tree for the Rocket Lane, a 9.91 with a 7, 142 mile an hour. That seemed to just sneak up upon us. It wasn't particularly loud through the track bikes, but the quickest bike down the racetrack so far.
I'm loving these touring bikes too. There's a red Honda, I think he just finished then. He's got like speakers and the wind on the back and the it looks like a lazy boy recliner he's sitting in. I was like, that's how you do it. That's how you cruise.
That's how you get off the bike and still walk after a 3-hour stint.
Next two off the line.
Yeah, not too much in their action times, but the Rocket Lane definitely with the performance advantage in this one. And a 10.22 with a 140 mile an hour through the top end. And the big cruiser in the Aeroflow Lane, a 12.85 with a 103 mile an hour. Even so, 100 mile an hour, about 160 kilometres per hour to those metrically minded.
Definitely exhibits why you really do need the safety gear going at those speeds.
Yes.
Both of them staged in tree.
A little bit of wheel spin in the Aeroflow Lane. Went after the launch there.
Yeah, the Rocket Lane a bit of a stutter too, so the Aeroflow is going to call and power through. Finished off with a 9.65, 151 for the Aeroflow Lane.
And 11.96, 102 in the Rocket. All right, in the Rocket Lane here we have one of our regular competitors in Extreme Bike, and that's Ryan Franks. Now, I'm pretty sure if he hasn't run 200 mile an hour yet on this machine, he is awful close. I think the last round of the Speed Addict Clothing Co, he ran a couple of passes, I think were 197 miles an hour.
It's mind-boggling. Both on stage.
He just casually rolls the wrist down onto the two-step. 141 to the 60. 121 mile an hour. The bike in the Aeroflow Lane sticking close with him. 907 with a 4, 147 mile an hour to a 923 with a 7 at 154 in the Aeroflow Lane. Another pair of our regular racers here at Sydney Dragway. Cherie Buggy in the Aeroflow Lane for 666 Racing Custom on the Hayabusa, taking on our one of our officials, Michael Riches. If he's not officialing, he's out here racing. On board his extended swing arm. The 750 we have on file here. I believe his father's going to be jumping on board that in the near future.
Yeah, right. Both on the revs. Bit of a timeout. Taken off. Well, crosses over, takes the win. 9.29, 144. Cherie's coming up closely now. Crosses over the 13.65 at 153.
Yeah, of course that run, not a true indication of how fast that bike actually is. We'll see that Cherie will come back around pretty quickly and hopefully get a few more runs in tonight. And that's the big thing. If you do mark a gear shift up or leave the start line and it bogs down, don't stress too much. Of course, the beauty of bike nights is they flow pretty quick in the number of bikes that we have entered, and also the number of bikes that we can get down the racetrack in a certain period of time. So they generally do flow through pretty quick. In the past, there's been bikes at a night like this get 5 and 6 passes, if not more, depending on how late you want to stay back. But there we go, an 11.70, 131 mile an hour in the Rocket Lane. And some issues for our rider in the Aeroflow Lane.
Yeah, I think he stalled off the line, unfortunately. Jumped the red, stalled. So, as I said, get the first run jitters out of the way, learn the track, come back and learn from it.
That's Matthew Hunt down there in the Aeroflow Lane. On the Hayabusa. Recognise the leathers there. And a 10.17 with a 6, 141 mile an hour in the Aeroflow Lane to a 12.71 with a 4, 130 mile an hour in the Rocket. We saw Damien Muscat on his Top Fuel motorcycle run into the 5s a couple of weeks ago down at the bend, I think it was, 582.47 miles an hour. Of course, that machine completely different to what we'll see here tonight, but certainly a great achievement. On the racetrack now, we have Angela Phipps Hunt in the rocket lane on the Suzuki. Didn't get away as well as she would have liked. And a 10.28 with an 8, 143 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane to Angela's 11.84 with a 9, 139 mile an hour. Angela, another one of our hard-working officials.
Two pairings on stage. Aeroflow lane, a little bit of a jump. Will we maintain that gap? And Aeroflow lane does cross first with a 10.77, 134. And in the rocket lane, a 11.0 at 127.
Do you know what blows me away, Adam? And I say this is a very inexperienced bike rider, is how tall some of these bikes are with the rear tyre and the bodywork. Like, we can see both those riders there on their tippy toes, only just touching the ground. Yeah, and when you look at the back of the machine, it's all rear tyre.
And in comparison to the other bikes with the extra long tail, extra long arms, sorry, and they're like really ducked down. There's a lot of variety. Aeroflow takes the win here, 10.63, 146 to an 11.0 at 141.
Yeah, certainly strong mile an hour from both those riders there in that pair. And expert rolling up to the start line. The tree counts down, and they're away. Of course, bringing on that top white light, the pre-stage light. Then the second white light, full stage, telling the starter they're ready to go. The tree will count down. 0.4 of a second between each light. 10.65 with a 0, 135 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane. Will take that win over an 11.0 at 124 in the rocket. Oh, I can hear the two-stroke on the track mics. One of the Copping brothers down there. 124, the better reaction time in this pair in the Aeroflow lane. Out in front, and we'll run through for an 11.10, 138 mile an hour to a 12.02 with a 5 at 132. So big speed for the ET in the rocket lane there. Tells me the rider just taking a little bit easier off the start line. .080 on the tree for the rider in the rocket lane.
Great reaction.
Very good reaction time.
Maintains that gap, takes the win for an 11.0 at 126 and a 11.5 at 120.
Brett's on his non-two-stroke bike tonight. So Brett in the Aeroflow lane, taking on his brother Shane in the rocket. Brett was out here on Wednesday night on the two-stroke machine that he's got. Just lifting the wheel at the top of, I think, first gear there for Brett. And a 10.19 with a 5, 141 mile an hour through the top end to Shane's at 14.05 with a 7, 93 mile an hour.
Quick shout out to everyone on the live stream. Good afternoon, guys. All the regulars on there.
I hope you're enjoying the action. Of course, if you're down in the pits and want to keep up to date with all that's going on the racetrack, check us out, Sydney Dragway Official on YouTube. Sydney Dragway Official on YouTube, and you'll find the link there to the live stream that we're producing, the commentary, and of course all the camera switching that Adam's doing up here in the commentary box. Yeah. He's getting his steps up, stepping back and forward between the window and the computer screens on the side of the commentary box. The rocket lane out in front right now And we'll take the win, 11.37 with a 7, 125 mile an hour.
And Airflow Lane, a 12.17 at 120. I'm loving all these leathers and helmets and helmet designs.
And all those different combinations, isn't there? Everyone, obviously black the predominant colour, but look at the helmet on the rider in the Airflow Lane here. Very Dark Vader-esque with the wing on the, it's almost got like the wing on the back there.
A lot of aero, a lot of aero.
All right, our next pair just rolling up to the start line. We can see the Rocket Lane racer has both lights on there. It's in full stage. And a 3-2-2 light for the rider in the Rocket Lane, the better of the two.
Rocket takes the win with a 12.6. Airflow Lane takes the second place with a 12.8. As we just wait for those pairs to finish on the return road, the next two bikes are off. Rocket Lane continues through. Looks like there might be a bit of an issue with the Airflow rider. And Rocket crosses the line, 12.46 at 112. As Rocket Lane, Airflow Lane cruises through. Are off. 1.92 reaction time for the Airflow Lane. Gets them ahead, maintains that gap and crosses the line. 11.83 at 115 to a 13.12, 31 to 124. We'll just quickly have a look at this 3:30 marker, do a quick reset. So with these towing beams, there can be situations where there can be debris that sweeps inside one of the beams and does affect the time. So we're just having a quick look now. I'm doing a quick reset. While we just quickly wait, just give a little bit of shout out here to the Sydney Random Riders. Majority of them here tonight representing the club. Next two pairings up and ready. 209 reaction there for the Rocket Lane.
The Rocket Lane just looks to be stretching the legs a little bit towards the top end of the racetrack, and 11.66 with a 3.124 mile an hour.
To a 12.61 at 102 for the Airflow Lane. Got a bit of an old control delete moment, Bushy. Had a bit of debris in the beam, had to try and sort that out, so looks like that's all sorted.
Sometimes sometimes get crawly things that like to build
Yes.
spider webs too in there.
Sometimes they help, sometimes they don't. You don't want a spider giving you an 8-second run. I mean, I won't say no, but next two pairings off. We've got the Rocket Lane ahead of the Aeroflow. Oh, I just pipped the Rocket Lane. 12.13 at 1:15 to 11.98 at 1:21. Every time I look at those staging lanes, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's awesome.
Yeah, because the night tends to build, like we see on our Wednesday night, that you get the early racers that can get away from work or whatever it might be, and they're here at, as we kick off, and then as the night drags on, drags on is probably the wrong word. It builds, the momentum builds, and then by the end of the night, you've got a reasonably good number of participants, and the bike competitors always do come out to Sydney Dragway and forced to put on a really good variety of racing, and plenty of variety in the speeds and ETs that the bikes can run as well. Of course, we've seen a number of different clubs over the years. There was the Postie Bike Club. I don't know what the actual name is, but there was the Postie Bike Club. They came out a few years ago. There was like 15 of them, I think, from memory. And of course, you get your stock ones that run like 24 seconds, and then there's those that got a bit more serious. And there was one with, I didn't see a turbo, but there was definitely one with an extended swing arm, and still running the original Honda style motor in it. But
I know Moog from Mighty Car Mods.
Yes.
He was a part of that group, and he has a little turbo on the side of his.
Yeah, wow.
And it had like a dedicated oil tank, and so because it couldn't get enough pressure to circulate through the turbo. So it had like 2 gravitational tanks and top it up after each run.
Yeah, wow. That's getting a bit serious. I'd hate to imagine what else has gone on inside that engine.
Seems like a bit of too many things to do at once for my liking.
Because I know, like with the Junior Dragster motor that we ran, they don't have an oil pump. They just have a little bit of bent steel on the bottom of the conrod. But I'm pretty sure, I don't know, what a bike.
Wow.
What are they? Is a bike that, I'll use the word primitive, or do they have an oil pump as such?
I'm not sure. We might have to go ask some questions in pit lane later if we've got the time. Next two pairings off. One with the Aeroflow lanes taken off. We've got a couple of L-players here tonight, which is great to see. Helps them bring up their skills and training whilst on the motorcycle.
Well, plus they get the opportunity to crack it wide open, don't they, Adam? They can't do that on the road. I'm sure none of the bikes here, whatever their make, model, or diversification is, a bike will certainly do more than the speed limit in first gear in most cases.
Great launch here.
Was a really good launch. Sub 2 seconds to the 60 foot. And 11.90, 114 through the top end. And a 15.0, 87 mile an hour in the Rocket.
Because it may not have been the reaction time there, but it was definitely, once he got off, that launch was amazing.
And of course, if you're down in the staging lanes or out there on the racetrack and this is your first time here at Sydney Dragway, I hope you're really enjoying the experience and want to keep coming back for a little bit more and more racing. Of course, not only tonight, but you can run your bike every Wednesday night here at the Aeroflow Race for Reals that we host every Wednesday night. Also, if you want to take on the full drag racing experience with dial-ins and whatnot, you have that opportunity. We run 8 track championship rounds here at Sydney Dragway as part of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship, and with that you can pick dial-ins, and your reaction time will help you win the race if it's a good one. And of course, being handicapped, it doesn't matter how fast your bike is. You can run in street bike or modified bike, or even extreme bike if it's fast enough. So plenty of opportunity there for our bike riders to get out and race for championship points and a trophy.
It definitely makes it exciting when you've got like a 12-second bike and an 8-second bike.
Yes.
And they leave 4 seconds apart, but then when they get to the other lines, it can be anyone's game. It makes it really exciting. Aeroflow Lane taking the gap here in the lead. Crosses line first. 12.64 at 98 to a 15.0 at 86.
Nice launch as well, though. Didn't let the deep stage phase the rider in the rocket lane. Went 186 to the 60 foot. Now the 60 foot's that first foam block just in front of the Christmas tree on the blue paint. 18.5 metres roughly from the starting beam. And a 12.35 with a 105 mile an hour in the rocket lane to a 15.75 at 90 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane there.
A dirt bike as such in the rocket lane?
I think so. Looks a lot more road trail than the Harley sitting down here in the water box. Of course, we have seen the road trails here a few times. There was one, a pair of them were running methanol at one point. They ran like a slick tyre and all that, so that more set up for asphalt than dirt, but I'd imagine the knobbly tyres wouldn't be that great on the sticky rubber here at Sydney Dragway. 090 on the tree for the Aeroflow lane. 11.69 with a 9.1, 11 mile an hour to a 13.1 in the rocket lane for the road trail bike. Of course, tonight also brought to us by Heavy Duty Magazine. Supporter of bike night and drag racing in general. Heavy Duty Magazine. 14.60, 88 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane.
Just a quick strap check on the helmet in the rocket lane.
Yes, of course, the helmet won't do you much good if it's not done up. Big wheels up launch for the rider in the rocket lane, but the Harley's driven on around.
The rocket lane's definitely skewing left. That back wheel's going left and right. He was holding on for dear life. Makes more fun,
the scary thing is he's up at the top end of the racetrack.
No,
you think it would have stopped?
A little bit of fishtail going on.
Yeah.
The next two pairings take off. 196 reaction time.
Looks like the Aeroflow lane's going to take this one. 11.77 with a 9, 111 mile an hour through the top end.
And a 14.79 at 90 for the rocket lane.
neat off the start line for the Aeroflow lane. 172 to the 60. And runs on through for an 11.25 with a 7, 114 to a 14.41 at 95 mile an hour. Big burnout for the Harley in the Aeroflow lane there. The GoPro on the back.
Wearing the Sydney Random Riders merchandise as well.
I think that might actually be Matt from Sydney Random Riders.
Okay.
Very even off the start line, only 2,000ths in the reaction time difference. 11.62 with a 4, 113 mile an hour to an 11.96 with a 5 at 124. So very even race all over that last pair.
Starting to see a couple of familiar bikes going around.
087 on the tree in the rocket lane here, Adam. Looks like the Aeroflow lane's got on around though.
There's a bit more Will Grunt for the slingshot takes the win. 11.84 at 1:17.
Do you watch much of the Prep King stuff?
I haven't watched the recent ones, but
I just watch it on free to air. I don't know what season it was that I was watching last night, and there were two racers getting all upset with one another because one guessed the tree, and I'm like, but he could have red lit. Do you know what I mean? Like, anyway, I digress a little bit there. It's a double-edged sword.
There's a lot of money in those things. Harley takes a little bit of a gap here.
Yeah.
As I eat my words, possibly the Rarefied lane comes back around. And it did. Rarefied took the win. 12.96, 131.
Harley hung on to about 1,000 foot there, I think it was, and then from there on the top end of the bike in the Aeroflot lane took over.
Had the noise that got me all excited, and Aeroflot said, no, not today. Quick bike in the Aeroflot lane. Quick off the line. Looks like the Rocket lane's got the longer.
Oh, only two tenths across the finish line, Adam. I'll forgive you for not picking that from up here.
Very close.
I know I was doing the same thing last bike night. I think I got 90% of them wrong.
Yeah. That's a great thing about this. It's like, there's no obvious winners. A 988, 146. That's going to be a quick one.
Yeah, M45 definitely in, I think, top of the pops at the moment. And the bike in the Rocket lane's going to take the win there. 10.58 with a 2, 133 to a 12.81 at 102. That's Bobby Joe Simmons down there. I think she's on her street bike here tonight. The helmet looks familiar. That's why I'm saying it's Bobby Joe.
2 revs for yes, 1 rev for no. Is that?
I didn't discuss that with her as I said hello in the staging. I was need to decipher a signal.
Great reaction time there. Maintains that gap from that launch.
Well, one of those bikes tagging the limiter in, I think it would have been 3rd and maybe 4th gear.
Both crossing the line, the 11s, 1186 to 1164. As the Rocket Lane just gets himself on the stage.
You see the Rocket Lane well over that fuel tank. A little bit of wheel spin off the start line. Hooked up pretty quick though. 1.6 to the 60 and a 9.35 with a 0, 151 mile an hour at the top end to a 10.39 with a 5 at 140. The bike in the Aeroflot lane certainly not slow, but there was about a second between across the finish line.
There's a couple of bikes out here where they get really, like, get off strong off the line, like really quick, and then the other lane there that has like the more horsepower, just to more agility, and it comes around. But the great thing about these bike nights is, although they might look quick, they might be quick off the line, but sometimes the capacity takes over.
Yeah, of course, if we saw this racetrack was another couple hundred metres long, we'll see some even more frightening speeds out of them, that's for sure. 10.27 with a 6, 142 mile an hour to a 10.71 with a 5 in the Rocket lane on that pass. Oh, I can hear a turbo. Is that Ryan Franks down there? Unless it's Cherie. Unless it's Cherie. No, it's not Angela's bike.
172 reactions for the Rocket Lane. Maintains that gap, takes the win with a 10.0 at 140 to a 10.3 at 140. Stout little burnouts there.
It's one of the bikes on the start line. I'm not sure which.
That one. Could be both of them.
Could be. Of course, haven't we seen the response with the extreme bikes and the machines that run the turbos? How well they've the motorcycles respond to having the hairdryer on the side of them.
Also, could shine at the progression technology these days.
Oh, without doubt. I mean, I remember when I 915 with a 155, so all the fives, and again some issues on the start line for Cherie there. Maybe trying something a little bit new here, Adam. I was just going to start to make the point that when I back when I was racing many years ago, there was a couple of bikes with turbos on them in Top Bike, and I remember one. I think his name was Steve Kitchener or something similar. I think, and he was there every Winter Nationals. There was a bike from Queensland, and you know, travelled around and stayed true to the passion, you know, and really wanted this thing to work. And I think out of every time I saw it, there was maybe only 1 or 2 passes that he did were indicative of what the bike would do. And you know, absolute credit to them to stick with it. Like, I remember one of the passes that happened at the last Winter Nationals that I was at, and the crew just went absolutely ballistic. You know, where I guess now we're seeing probably similar times in extreme bike with the smaller tyre and the extended swing arms and that sort of thing. But as you say, 25 odd years of technology is a fair time, and I dare say that in some scenarios, the turbo bike probably works better with a little bit of wheel spin that we see in the extreme bike with the smaller rear tyre. Angela Phipps-Hunt trying to chase down the Rocket Lane. I don't think she's going to get there though. 10.61 with a 139 mile an hour to a 10.11 with a 142 mile an hour in the Rocket. Next up, we will see Matthew Hunt down there in the airflow lane, taking on Ryan Franks in the Rocket lane. Franks on board one of these extreme bikes I was just talking about. You can see this machine massaged in many ways. It's got a fair extended swing arm on the back. We can see Ryan with his right elbow way up in the air to get the full leverage on that throttle. Hunt with the better reaction time, but Franks with the horsepower, 9,005, 148 miles an hour in the Rocket lane to a 10.16, 140 mile an hour. So I think Matthew Hunt pretty much ran a 10.16 on the previous pass too, if my memory serves me correct.
Well, if he did, that's really good consistency too.
Yeah, both Angela and Matt been racing a fair bit recently on their motorcycles. And they haven't been too scared to try a few different things as well, which is good.
No reaction time there for the airflow lane. As the Rocket said, I don't care about the reaction time, I'm still coming around. Crosses the line in the Rocket lane with a 10.3 147, 12.11.9 at 113. By the airflow lane. 7.0 to the 8th to an 8.0 to the 8th. And the airflow takes the win. 10.67, 134 to 11.5 at 143.
Yeah, look at that, Adam. There was about a second between them in the ET at the half track, and that's exactly what it was across the finish line. So both bikes doing the second half of the racetrack in the same amount of time.
Definitely shows how important the start is.
100%. And the thing is too, of course, that first 60 feet or first 18.5 metres is so critical to getting a good time. But sometimes it can be a fine line between too much, not sliding the clutch enough, and in this case you'll pop a wheel stand, or sliding it too much and you just ride through the clutch.
Too much revs, not left clutch. Too much clutch, not left revs. Oh, a little bit of wheelie there.
Like that.
A couple of wheelies there.
Like that. Of course, we want you to ride safely and keep the front end down as much as possible.
Doesn't help with the times either, so as you can see there, Rocket Lane 11:01.26 to an 11:07 at 1:07.
There's a turbo on that bike too in the Rocket Lane, getting awfully crossed up at the end of the burnout as well. Almost identical off the start line in reaction times. Also to the 60 foot, but the bike in the Rocket Lane starts to pull away at the top end. 10.21 with a 9, 144 miles an hour to a 10.76 at 134 in the airflow lane.
Deep stage by the Rocket Lane, unfortunately didn't help him out. He's dark red. Airflow Lane took advantage of that, takes the win. 11.0 at 1:38 to a 12:36 at 1:05. Shane on the Kawasaki, is it?
Yes. Very distinct two-stroke. I think the only one here tonight.
When it came in this morning, when it came in this afternoon, I definitely turned my head. What is that? Got a quite unique sound to it.
And 11.34 with a 5, 120 mile an hour in the airflow lane to take the win. And Shane runs on through for a 13.95 on the two-stroke. I guess we see a lot more development in the two-stroke world. If we watch social media, it seems to be in Australasia, I guess they run two-strokes on their long boats, and also different scooter type arrangements and stuff like that. But a technology, I guess nowadays, that's not really seen too much in I'll say in Western life.
I was actually watching a couple of months ago. There's a YouTube video I was watching, and they were over in Vietnam for the Gumball Rally, and they had a twin turbo SR20 on the back of a longboat, and it was literally 90 degrees in the air going down this river.
What was it called? Death Wish?
Oh, it was just so like it was just this boat box that was like bop bop bop. But you're like, definitely bush mechanics over there.
Yeah, but they're frighteningly faster, that's for
sure.
100%.
If you want to get somewhere quick, you get a longboat. Airflow win takes the win here, 10.14 at 1:41.
Yep, to a 12.87 at 1:08 in the Rocket Lane. Yeah, I don't know if I'd get on a longboat. I'd be too scared of something submerged in the water that doesn't get seen.
Once this boat got up on the plane, it was literally like 45 degrees. Go ahead and get the boat. And no one can see where you're going.
Rocket Lane out in front with this one, Adam. An 11.27 with a 7, 124 to a 12.30 at 1:08.
Definitely opened its legs up in the Rocket Lane.
It's the other thing I'm trying to learn, a little bit like the car world, Adam. You know, you've got the very distinct engine notes of different cars that that you and I could probably pick without even reading what the description is. We know what a 2J sounds like. We know what a heavy sounds like. I'm still learning the motorcycles.
It's definitely you definitely like you hear the choppiness of a Harley.
Oh yeah, Harley's an easy one.
Yeah.
Ducati probably another one.
Yeah, true.
Of course they throw us, but then go putting aftermarket mufflers on them. They change the note completely. But
remove half a fairing and an extra fairing. Airflow lanes run out, puff there on the dirt bike. Rocket lane goes around, takes the win. 12.5 at 9.98 to a 15.1 at 78. Those dirt bikes are definitely pokey, and then they are definitely with the closer gearing. It definitely they get up and go, but then that's it. They run out of legs at 78 kilometers an hour.
yeah, I don't think they're geared to 220 k's an
No,
hour
no,
on dirt, are they?
I
You
think
wouldn't want to.
Not with tyres like that either.
253, the better reaction time here, but it's going to be close at the top end, Adam. They'll lock together at 1,000, and the rocket lane gets around.
12.28 at 114 to 12.48 at 108.
Yeah, 700ths of a second across the finish line, the margin. How good does that bike in the aeroflow lane sound? 10.60 with a 6, 141 mile an hour to an 11.71 with a 9 at 114 in the rocket.
Quick shout out to Ben on YouTube, making some dinner. What are you making for everybody, mate? A couple of people in chat are a bit hungry. Ben went missing for about half an hour. Everyone was trying to do a roll call and they couldn't find him.
Oh, right.
And then he comes back eating.
Good to see you on the chat, mate. I hope you're not too far away from getting back to your official duties here at the racetrack. Feels like you've been gone forever. Your job's in safe hands at the moment.
I would say safe hands.
Oh, well, Adam's multitasking. Doing pretty well.
Aeroflow then takes a win 13.1 to a 13.3.
Adam and I keeping Ben Gerard's seat warm up here in the commentary box for him. Oh, that was close, Adam. That was very close. The rider in the aeroflow lane doing a fantastic job to get that front end down.
Yeah, I think he might be a bit of, that might have scared him a little bit. 12.3 to 124 to a 14.8 at 89. He took off and he had 2 stabs at it, and then he thought, no, that'll do me for that one. Thank you very much.
Because I think a lot of these late model sports bikes have like launch modes and all that sort of stuff where the bike actually, limits advance, timing in it. So when you launch it and it's carrying the front end, it'll actually take power away from you. Yeah. So I know it was one of the other commentators, Pat Elliott's had a couple of quick bikes in his time, and much like some of the cars do, they can say, well, you're doing something you shouldn't be doing.
Yes.
I'm going to limit the damage here, and it certainly makes things a little bit safer for the rider, and in some cases probably gets you a quicker ET at the end of the day. 10.96 with an 8, 128 mile an hour in the airflow lane to an 11.23, I think it was, with a 9 in the rocket lane there.
Got the P-plater versus the L-plater here from the City Random Riders.
Very upright position for the rider in the rocket lane there as he pushes the bike off.
City Airflow lane looking to his right. Like, I got you. You're not going to get me.
He's got it
You
covered.
might, though.
He's got it covered, I think, though. But the rider in the rocket lane right beside definitely would have been hearing him there. And a 14.77 with a 9 Adam, 83 mile an hour in the aeroflow lane will take
Very close race, that one.
Run for the rider in the aeroflow lane there. 12.65 with a 0, 102 mile an hour to a 12.63 with a 6 at 109 for the rocket lane.
Riders are off. Similar reaction times.
Yeah, very close actually. Pretty close to the 60. Side by side nearly all the way. I think the airflow lane starting to get out in front now. And a 13.23 with a 4, 100 mile an hour through the top end to a 13.73 with a 7.
Just gets himself in the stage. Bit of a wide run there for the aeroflow lane. Oh,
there's a smoke. It looks like it's a diesel. It's certainly motoring at the top end though, Adam. 114 mile an hour, 12.84 with a 2 to a 10.83 with a 4 at 137 mile an hour.
Yeah, just looks like the officials are trying no fun to get his visor down. He left it flipped up, so they're trying to get all the riders to flip them down, obviously for safety reasons.
Wonder what made it blow smoke like that, though. Strange. You normally don't see that on a bike.
No.
That's why I said it looked like a little bit of a diesel going down the racetrack.
Maybe a bit of rings letting go.
Close as well.
13.6s.
Yep, only a 10th across the finish line for that pair.
3 kilometres an hour difference as well.
The next pair just walking their bikes up to the start line.
Got a deep stage here for the airflow lane.
Too much difference in the reaction time. The aeroflow lane a little bit better. Out in front at the moment. And a 13.62. 97 mile an hour to take the win. To a 14.4 at 106.
Next 2 pairs taking off. They all played out here in the aeroflow lane. Already reaction time here.
Yeah, Rocket Lane was a little bit slow away from the start line, but probably will take the win. 11.51 with a 3, 132 mile an hour, only 0.05 of a second across the finish line. Absolutely nothing in it. bikes down there tonight.
Electric
Adam,
bikes?
I haven't seen any. There was a guy racing a electric Harley at one of our street meets a few weeks ago, and I think he was also at our last bike night as well.
It'd be interesting the future of those and how they go. But, what's it called? The live wire.
Yes, I think that's what it's called. The Harley, that is. Yes.
Sorry, it came in my head and I had to say it.
Yeah. Oh no, I just mentioned it because I saw something on social media. There was a post someone put up of a electric road trail bike. And I'll say it wasn't riding responsibly on the street, but this thing black tracked on just bitumen. I was like, wow, that's fairly moving. Like,
I say that the torque of those things off the line would be. But the thing is, being electric too, you can kind of like semi-dial it in.
Yes.
So yeah, it's. Although they don't make the sound they do of like a combustion engine, they're still quite interesting.
A couple of goes for both riders, I think, on the throttle there. Better launch for the rider in the Aeroflow lane. Sounding really sweet across the top. And an 11.03 with an 137 mile an hour. Bigger speed out of the rocket lane there though, 141. Big rear tyre on the Harley in the rocket lane here, Adam.
Legs out wide.
Not a bad reaction time there, the better of the two. Harley's still out in front, but I think the Aeroflow lane's going to come around at the top end, and yes, it does. 0.08 of a second across the finish line. 12.09 with a 117 mile an hour will take it to a 12.42 in the rocket lane. Rocket lane out in front. And as I say that, I think pretty much got past, as I said, at 12.49 with a 112 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane to take the win to a 14.75 at 86.
I can hear Harley.
Away first with the red light, but it's going to maintain that gap and I think take the win still. 14.80, 88 mile an hour.
To a 15.13 at 83.
Yeah, so the Harley actually extended the lead there on that race.
Next two pairs are off the line. Got a red light
actually,
there.
I think that's your
160 from the rocket lane.
I think that's your electric bike there, Adam.
Okay. In the Aeroflow. It is to an 11.66 at 111 to a 14.9 at 90.
I only say that as it left the start line and I didn't hear anything.
Could be a very, very, very modern exhaust. Go electric.
Don't get upset if I'm wrong.
No.
Okay.
I'm going to go down there and make a fool of myself, probably going, oh, is this electric? No. I'm like, oh.
Any complaints? My name's Matt Kavanagh.
Yeah. My name's Ben Gerard, isn't it?
Yeah.
The other one?
Yeah. 063 on the tree for our rider in the Aeroflow lane. consistently good on the lights. 11.56 with a 114 mile an hour. To an 11.81 with a 7 at 125 in the rocket. Getting all crossed up in the burnout, our Harley rider down there in the airflow lane.
Really getting into it.
Yep, he's just letting Adam and I have a look at the bike from side on.
Yes, appreciate that.
That's exactly what he was doing.
Airflow takes the win there at 11.16 at 120 to a 16.0 at 92. As our next two pairs get into stage. Slight adjustment here for the rocket lane.
Good launch for the rider in the airflow lane.
Yeah, with a 192 reaction time as well.
Out in front at the moment, and will hang on to the lead at 13.59 at 98 mile an hour there, to a 13.37 at 99 in the rocket lane.
Two riders staging up.
If you haven't raced here at Sydney Dragway before, just so you know, if you're a competitor down there on the start line, if you do leave a red light on the Christmas tree, it's not the end of the world unless you leave super early, like before the tree's activated. You will still get a time card and an ET, mile an hour. All of those things will still come through. If you leave before the tree is activated, like super early, then you won't get a time or ET. But if you do leave a red light, you still 99% of the time will still get your run. So run the bike as you normally would. Worst comes to worst, you've given yourself a run of practicing your gear changes and wringing the bike's neck, I guess.
That's the beauty of getting multiple runs here too.
Yes.
As long as you have your visors down. That's my number one stipulation. The other riders coming through tonight with their visors up and being stopped by the officials to go and flip back down. Definitely a stipulation here, guys. So if you are the pit lane, you are listening, it has to be visors down, please.
I guess potentially in the heat of the moment could be one of the things that you forget.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we don't mind reminding it, but it's definitely enforced.
Well, if you're a Chev fan, we've got a 350 reaction time in the airflow lane and a 454 in the rocket.
Can't go wrong with that. Airflow takes the win, 11.3 to 14.0.
Sorry for the car reference there, Adam.
When you said Chev, I was like, it's bike night, Steve. It's bike night.
Well, we have seen small blocks in the odd bike here and there.
That would be... Oh, I have to say I've never seen that in person. I've seen the videos, but that's an engineering approach.
We just need a 302 and a 351 now, or 460,
or 308.
No, you've had your Chev, mate. You've had your Chev.
Right,
don't get greedy.
Yeah. Some of these bikes, Steve, they get really low and really wide.
They do the rider in the rocket lane. Definitely,
Yes.
you're not going to miss that. Those
Colours.
shoes and leathers in traffic. Harley just cruising away from the start line. Taking it easy. And an 11.90 with a 6, 131 mile an hour in the rocket lane there.
Yeah, and a 15.0 at 91 for the Aeroflow.
Just the number of our riders electing not to do burnouts just shows, I guess, how good some of the tyres are that we see on these machines now. Of course, with the rubber on the racetrack, we did have a little bit of precipitation earlier this afternoon, but certainly that racetrack would have been dry very, very quickly with how hot the weather was today.
We're here from about 12 this afternoon. We only got a couple of spits, but there were people reporting like heavy rain in Kellyville and down Richmond Way. And
I work at Glendenning, which, as you know, is only 2 minutes away.
Yeah.
As the crow flies, and it fell out of the sky for a good few minutes, but the road did dry pretty quick.
Yeah, we're very fortunate.
Well, pretty close on reaction times for these two riders. 196 on the tree for the Aeroflow lane to a 147 for the Rocket. I think the Rocket's out in front and will take the win. 12.50, 105 mile an hour.
To a 13.2 at 95. Both of them in the stage.
72 on the tree for the Aeroflow lane. You know it's good because it looks red when they start to move.
Takes the win there for a 10.17 at 149 to a 12.84 at 103.
One off the start line, but also to the 60-foot. The bike in the Aeroflow lane marginally just in front, but has stretched the lead out down the racetrack. 10.048, 146 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane to a 10.98 with a 6 at 133 in the Rocket. What's your style, Adam? What's your? I don't know if you're a bike person. Do you have a preferred? I mean, even if you're not a bike person, there's still a sort of bike style that you like.
I was looking at actually a couple of years ago. I was actually about to buy a Softail Harley.
Oh yeah.
And then my partner said no. So it was very short-lived.
Have you got a midlife crisis coming up?
I do. I don't know if I want to divulge what that is yet, because I don't think I fully know what it is yet. Nice little burner here from the Rocket lane. Look at the size of these exhaust pipes in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, certainly not shy in the design of those. 4 pipes out the back, 2 on either side. Oh, big moment there in the Aeroflow lane.
It's a crikey moment.
I'm sure that's what he said.
Yeah, he went, oh crikey. That's...
Gosh darn it. 9.37 with a 2, 152 mile an hour in the Rocket lane there. Certainly good speed.
Some reason I thought of, you remember that swear dad, the bugger?
Yes.
Bugger.
Well, I think the bike in the Rocket lane sounded like it was the one with the turbo hanging off the side.
Slip there on the Aeroflow.
Recovered it well there. 050 on the tree.
Crosses over 895 157 to a 1035 at 144. Yeah, the white bug we took off, there's a little wheel spin off the lines. A little bit of slip there.
Yeah, big speed out of the rocket lane though, 157.
Got up and boogied.
All right, Matthew Hunt down there in the rocket lane. Matthew doing well to get the weight over that fuel tank, keep the front end down. Wow, a tenth of a second across the finish line. The rider in the aeroflow lane got there first, 10.06 with a 1. I think that's Bobby Joe Simmons down there in the rocket lane. On a street bike, she cut a really good line on the last run. Let's see what she can do this time. .096. Sounded like the aeroflow lane had to have 2 goes at the clutch and will not much in it, only 87. Sorry, 800ths of a second, the margin across the finish line. That's Greg Oradum, I think, in the rocket lane, if I'm correct. I think it's the Minions racing bike.
Gotcha.
Hence the blue and the yellow. Pair of reds on the start line.
Oh, it's nothing in it.
Definitely not.
Oh, 10.06 at 143 for the rocket lane, and a 10.23 at 133 for the aeroflow. Similar reaction times puts them in 6th and 8th place overall. So definitely 2 fast bikes tonight. Oh, 6 reaction time for the aeroflow lane.
Sound like one of those bikes bashing the limiter pretty hard at the shift.
Yeah, I think the rocket might have missed one there. Aeroflow takes the win, 10.44 at 140 to a 13.1 at 114.
All right, that's Michael Richards down there in the aeroflow lane. Fairly new bike to him. His 750 had pretty well sorted, and then this bike came on for sale. Saw the opportunity and took it with 2 hands. Nice clean run for him there. 9.34 with a 6, 144 miles an hour to a 10.64 with a 6 in the rocket lane, 134 mile an hour.
Takes him up to 2nd place overall.
Ryan Franks down there in the aeroflow lane for GSF Engineering on the Suzuki Hayabusa. Usually campaigns this bike in Extreme Bike.
That's definitely an advantage over these nights. So you can practice your reactions.
9.52 with a 147 mile an hour to an 11.77 with a 2 in the rocket lane. Angela Phipps Hunt from Pittown on the Suzuki. Let's see what she can do this time. Had some success in the last year's Speed Addict Clothing Co. Her and her partner Matt took home a couple of trophies each. 0.25 on the tree for Angela. She'll be happy with that. Keeping the nose out in front
Very
at the
close.
moment. Yeah, it is very close. About 2/10 across the finish line. Angela to take the win. 10.95 with a 7, 120 mile an hour. Unfortunately, the rider in the airflow lane leaving a little bit too quick, too soon there. And a 12.02 with a 7, 119 mile an hour in the rocket lane there.
So, Steve, I guess that can happen if you leave before the yellow, so to speak. Is that
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So if the tree's counting down and you go, then you probably would still get an ET and a speed all the way down all the increments. But if you leave before the tree is activated,
So if you leave on stage, you basically...
you're not going. The tree's not counting down, so that the timing system's not recognising that anybody's there at that point.
Right. And as the airflow there across the line takes the win, 10.83, 124 to 11.70 at 133.
Yeah, because I guess what I was talking about before with the No Prep King stuff, they use an instant green, so they don't have ambers. They go straight into stage and just into stage and bang green.
Wow,
Yeah.
okay. So you got your mindset right on it.
And Machine in the rocket lane, certainly boogieing at the top end, 10.19 with a 4, 140. I'm going to say 150 mile an hour. I'll give him that.
Gimme?
Yep. So generous I am. Both riders there going over to the right. Once they left the start line, the rocket lane right over towards the wall. Stayed in it though, 10.20 with a 6, 143 mile an hour to an 11.24 with a 3 at 135.
So next two drivers come up into stage. Lots of fluor on both of them. Lane getting off the line a little bit quicker.
Big top end in the rocket lane
I was about to
though.
say, that gap did look a lot smaller at the end.
Yeah, I think the airflow lane out of the throttle there was good 25 mile an hour there.
Yep.
But ET very similar. I guess it just accentuated the speed difference.
Yeah, definitely. Especially in the other lane, you're like, did I really catch up that much? Like, no.
Oh, well, that's the beauty of having the time card. It would
100%.
show, would see that.
The difference.
Nice lead from Brett Copping in the airflow lane. 185 to the 60. And a 10 at 1-0 at 143 to a 12.05 at 120 mile an hour in the rocket lane.
Pair of dirt bikes on the line. Pretty close race, this one.
Yeah, very much so.
Whoa. Airflow took the win, finished first there with a 15.2 at 78 to a 14.82.
Yeah, only 300s across the finish line.
We might take a quick ad break up here on the competitive train. Being back with you shortly at Friday night bike night at Sydney Dragway.
Since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust in VP racing.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of that's the race fuel, and that's what we rely on VP racing fuel.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we use, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out
at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360 options to suit your power levels up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories, from steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, intake and exhaust solutions. You can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out Aeroflow Performance.
Often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting a lot of minutes for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge.
The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad.
we take a bit of a break from our racing, just a reminder that next week is our Christmas-themed Race for Real. Go have Christmas-themed vehicles. If you want to come down for our last event of the Race for Real for the year, it'll be a great time to come down. And following that, on the 20th of December, we've got the Thank God It's Friday, sponsored by the Khalidi Group, 20th of December. Lots of burnout action down on the skid pan. And then on Saturday, the 18th of January, we've got our Test and Tune. So if you want to come down with your high-performance vehicles, we've got that available as well. And then finalising 29th of March, Sydney Euro Motor Festival. Our European-based vehicles, our originated vehicles. We've got Raw Racing, Drag Racing, Show and Shine, trade stands, corporate facilities, and food trucks. Great day out for the family. Haven't had any Euro events here in a while, so it'd be great to have an event here and come down. Tickets are available. So we cut back into racing. Couple of L-platers making their way down the track. Looks like the Rocket Lane's in the lead. Crosses over for the win for the 15.0 at 85 to a 17.9 at 74. The next two pair line up. Both are going into stage. Just wait for the riders to finish down the end on the turn road. Just going to do a quick reset of the tree here. Lane takes off 7.3 to the 8th, crosses the line for a 10.9 at 133, and the Aeroflow crosses over at 14.91 at 89. Looks like the Rocket Lane's got a slight little gap here. Aeroflow Lane looks like he might go around. He does. He slick starts for the win. 11.76 at 130 to a 12.66 at 106. Just a quick comment here from Ben. Yes, the test and tune is for the IHRA license holder only. As I said, it's a test and tune facility, a test and tune event, sorry. But yeah, it's a great opportunity to get your testing done with a couple of light-wide entrants. Next two riders coming up. The Aeroflow Lane's taking a bit of a wider approach here, taking off closer to the tree. Looks like it might have paid off. He's taken off and he swaps over for the win. 10.97 at 139 to a 12.95 at 108. As our officials just do a quick track check, make sure there's no debris on the road. Looks like they've found something there on the Rocket Lane they're just getting rid of now. just had a quick chat with our race director. We've actually got 2 trophies available tonight for the 2 quickest street bikes. So if you have a street bike and you get one of the 2 quickest times tonight, you might earn yourself a trophy. As the next 2 pairings cross over, we've got a 1070 at 142 and a 1092 at 143. Next 2 pair of riders on the stage. 097 reaction for the Aeroflow. Takes that reaction time and goes around the rocket lane. Aeroflow takes the win, 12:33 at 128 to a 13:0 at 101. Quickest time of the night so far is an 8:95 and a 9:36. Aeroflow lane takes a bit of a gap here, takes the win. 11:73 at 120 to a 15:35 at 84. So yeah, we've got a 8:95 so far as our quickest time tonight. Red light here from the dirt bike here in the rocket lane. Aeroflow takes the lead, takes the win. 11:08 at 127 to a 13:13 at 101. The sun comes down and our lights come on. Airflow lane talks off, takes the lead, continues with a 784 to the 8th and crosses for the win, but 1194 117 to a 1471 at 92. Finishes ahead with a 2.8 second gap. So our officials helping our rocket lane here, coming into stage. Team stage for rocket lane. Still gets a great reaction time compared to the Aeroflow. And the rocket lane rockets through, takes the win. 1069 at 144 to a 1359 at 87. Nice little burn there from the Aeroflow lane to warm up the tyres. Lucky with the weather today. It looked a bit damp before. Looks like the clouds are starting to clear and it's opening up a bit. Couldn't think of a better night for a Friday night. Come down and watch some bikes at the Dragway. .075 reaction time for the Aeroflow lane. Unfortunately, it is in the negative. Still continues on. Takes the win. 1049 130 to 1198 at 119. airflow lane's jumped a bit too early, he won't get a time. Dragway lane crosses over 14.75 at 88. Lane's taken a slight lead here. Takes the lead, takes the win. 11.77 at 116 to a 13.55 at 95. Like a fairly close race off the line here. The airflow lane took that. So I'm going to take a little bit of lead here. Finishes off with a 11.22 at 121 to a 13.3 at 99. Reaction time there for a lane, helped him get off the line and get ahead. Crosses the line, 13.34 120 and 13.29 at 101. OJ reaction time here from the airflow lane. Very close here, very close finish. Airflow takes the win, 11.87, 125, 11.66 at 111. That puts them in 41st position. We've got 11.56 at 114 for the airflow lane. Takes the win here, 11.24, 134 to 11.99 at 122. Rocket Lane takes the win here, 11.19 to an 11.89. 036 reaction time for the rocket lane. Takes the win 10.08 at 148, 13.94 at 137. Another win for the rocket lane, 11.94 at 131 to a 13.05 at 97. Both red lit. So close. Chases a race. And the rocket lane takes it over, takes the win. 10.16, 133 to a 10.62 at 133. Rocket takes the win there at 9.42 at 155. Puts Angela in 4th position. Next two riders are in pre-stage, getting ready to stage in. Oh, 172 reaction time from the airflow lane. Takes it off, takes advantage of that, tries to power through to the end. Rocket lane looks like he's going to come around the other side and take over. Very, very close. 10.98 at 136 to a 10.72 at 141. Next two riders get ready to take off. Might do a quick reset here of the tree. Both the drivers are going to back off the beam, roll back, and then roll back in when they get instructed. close reaction time there. 0.30 on the negative though. 1.46 for the Rocket Lane. Very close finish. You got 8.94, 1.57 to a 9.14 on 1.52. Ryan Frank's on his Hayabusa in the Rocket Lane. One of our state competitors. GSF Engineering for the sponsorship. They both staged together. 2.93 reaction time there from Ryan, not too bad. Takes advantage of that and stretches the legs of his Hayabusa. Across the line, takes the win, 9.43 at 1.46 to 10.39 at 1.40. That puts Ryan's time as 5th place. As said, the 2 quickest street bikes tonight will take a prize. Reaction time there from the Rocket Lane. Looks like the Aerofoil might come around. He does. 11.13 at 1.35 to 11.42 at 1.23. A 1.20 reaction time for the Aerofoil Lane. And the Aerofoil takes the win. 10.17 at 1.40 to 10.14 at 1.42. So not a lot in that one. Very close finish. Takeoff from the Aerofoil Lane. Opens its legs, crosses over, takes the win. 10.22 at 1.42 to 11.71 at 1.21. The next pair of riders come into the stage. Aerofoil Lane gets the green line. Unfortunately, Rocket Lane has jumped. His time will unfortunately not count. And the Aerofoil Lane takes the win. 10.24 at 1.44 to 11.16 at 1.46. Next pair of riders coming up. A 1.05 reaction time for the Aerofoil Lane. Says the Rocket Lane, catch me if you can. Crosses 7.10 for the 8, crosses for the quarter. 10.72, 1.34 to 11.23 at 1.39. Puts him in 26th place for the Aerofoil Lane. Nice launch here from the aeroflow lane. Helps to generate that gap, takes the win. 10.08 at 148 to 10.88 at 139. Bit of a wheelie from the aeroflow lane. She had to pull out of it a little bit, gives the Rocket the lead, and the Rocket takes the win. 11.05 at 127 to 11.42 at 122. One 1.79 reaction time to the airflow lane. Gives a little gap there as he takes off. And he maintains that gap, takes the win. 10.99 132, 11.94 133. P-plate aeroflow versus L-plate rocket lane. Aeroflow crossover takes the win first. 13.28 at 101 to 14.66 at 85. Two-stroke coming from Shane Copings, Karasaki in the rocket lane. Unfortunately, Shane doesn't get this one. The airflow does take the win. 10.64 135 to 13.91 at 92. So looks like our quickest time for the street bikes tonight is a 9.80 and a 9.83. So that'll be the time tonight, a 9.80 for the street bikes. If you do better than 9.80 tonight, you may win a prize. So next two riders jump into the stage. Slight red light by the airflow lane, a 103 from the rocket lane. Try and catch up to him. Next pair of riders coming up. Red light in from the aeroflow lane. Cross over with a 10.36 at 149 to a 10.51 at 141. rise takeoff. Rocket Lane has maintained the lead. Looks like he might be stretching a little bit more. And he does, and he takes the win 11.69 at 116 to 11.83 at 126. That puts our Rocket Lane currently in 59th place. Our top bike is still in 9th. .092 reaction from the Rocket Lane. Taking it off like lightning. 7.8 at the 8th and finishes the quarter. Crosses over with a 12.32 at 108 to a 14.1 at 111. A difference there of 2.2 seconds. No time will be recorded here for the aeroflow lane. Bit of weird there from Rocket Lane. He might back out a little bit. Aeroflow Lane looks like he might take the win for this one. So up across the line, 14.0 at 89 to a 15.46 at 79. Aeroflow takes the win, 10.68, 134 to a 12.35, 123. Looks like it's a small gap lead here, and he can finishes it off with the win. 12.89 at 102 to 13.63 at 94. Takes off there with a slightly better reaction time, helps him get that gap. Looks like he may... No, he doesn't take the Aeroflow, takes it 10.99 at 142 to 11.37 at 120. Reaction time here from the Aeroflow lane. Takes the win there, 149.76 to 14.65 at 88. So top time for the street bike class here is a 980 and a 983. Those two are currently our first and second place of our street bikes, as we've got Stephen Bush back on the comms. How are we?
I'm well, thank you, Adam. Thank you. Just had a little bit of a break. Thank you for filling in for us.
Steering the Enterprise.
Yeah, you are all on your own out the big window. You've got the control panel to the left.
I'm doing a great job, but it's a job.
I think you're doing fantastically at 13.22 with a 3 at 100 mile an hour in the rocket lane to take the win there.
So I just had a chat with the race director, Bushy.
Yes.
Our top street bike times, the top two will win a prize.
Yes.
So you have to be a street registered bike. It can't be a competition bike.
Yes.
But those top two times tonight will be going home with a prize.
Oh, rider in the aeroflow lane, way over towards the wall on the launch too. We heard the bit of the squeak on the tyre off the launch. Didn't sound like it was spinning as such, but definitely the tyre not happy on the race surface. 1065 still, 140 mile an hour at the top end though. Our next pair rolling up to the start line.
Couple of L plates. Oh, Rocket Lane got a bit uneasy off the line.
I think some of our racers get a little bit more bold with their launch, I think.
Yeah.
As the night goes on.
Well, it looked like it may have paid off here because he does swing around. Slingshots around for the win. Continues through for a win of a 15.41 and 85 to a 16.94 at 78.
Our next pair rolling up to the start line. Stage, the tree counts down. The rocket lane with a much better light. But I think the aeroflow with the performance already in front at half track. Builds the lead from there. 11.35 with the 7, 129 miles an hour to a 13.09 in the rocket lane. Just under 100 mile an hour.
Just a reminder, all competitors, if you kindly keep an eye on the officials, they'll let you know when you proceed with your burnout. They'll also be able to assist you when you come up to the line. Also remember, if you have visors down, please, visors down.
Yeah, last thing we want's wind burn to your eyes. Apparently that's not a very good thing to have. We've had a few cases over the years with top fuel drivers forgetting to do that.
Yep. As I said, these two drivers here, we need to get their visors down. .274 reaction timing for the aeroflow lane. As he looks over his shoulder to see where the rocket lane's at. Rocket lane is coming back, but he may not coming off back in time, and he doesn't.
No.
Aeroflow takes the win. 12.31 at 113 to a 12.89 at 104.
Yeah, he was over the shoulder. That's where he stayed.
Yeah, he was looking.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they would have heard each other.
Yeah. Next pair of riders going to stage.
Even off the start line there.
Yeah,
I thought the airflow lane was going to march away with it, but the rocket lane got the wheels in motion, so to speak. 12.51, 118 mile an hour.
And the airflow looks like he's rolled out of it. He's rolled into a 15.16 at 84. A couple of nice bikes here with some underglow on them, Steve. Coming back down, just went past the return road.
Well, we had that one Wednesday night, didn't we? Had all the LEDs inside what was it say, inside the fairing on the back, but that was extended swing arm, I think, so it accentuated the gap there, but it did look pretty sharp as the lights came on.
The airflow lane here did get a good reaction time in. Looks like he took the lead and took the win. 11.68 at 118 to 11.81 at 126.
Harley's rolling up to the start line now.
Two reaction time from your rocket lane there.
And a 5-2-1 in the aeroflow lane. Rocket lane will take the win. 2-2-0, 106 miles an hour.
To a 13.52 at 101. Nearly choked on a cup of water there.
Do it quietly next time.
Oh, yeah. Got a couple of these devil horns in the rocket lane every time I see him. Let's just wait for the airflow lane to get himself situated into pre-stage. A bit of assistance from our officials. Looks like that. Looks like the officials did help. We got 0.87 reaction time. So he continues that lead. He might take the win here. And he does. 12.34 at 121 to a 14.38 at 102.
Yeah, he gets there pretty comfortably in the end.
Yeah, it was a 2.1 second gap there, so definitely made to make sure he got that win.
Definitely not going to miss the tail lights of the bike in the rocket lane.
They're very bright, aren't they? As the rocket lane jumps to start, unfortunately. And he says, I don't care if I took off last, I'm going to finish first.
And that he does.
Unfortunately, though, doesn't get that time because of the jump. But we've got a 13.25 at 100 in the aeroflow lane. Puts him in 57th position for the night.
We had some pretty good numbers here tonight, so congratulations to all of our competitors that headed out to Sydney Dragway. Of course, the weather this afternoon wasn't looking that marvellous at around about the time that you would have been getting on your bike to head out here.
No.
Credit to you for sticking with us. 11.45 with a 5, 132 mile an hour in the airflow lane there.
We have our own little, I was going to say solar system here, but we have our own little ecosystem here at the Dragway where it never rains at the Dragway. It's always perfect weather.
Ben was here and slapped you.
He was saying before, he goes, gee, it's lovely weather here.
Looks like the rocket lane is out in front at the moment. 13.16, 100 mile an hour.
And in the airflow lane, you got a 14.67 at 85. One, two, three reaction time there for the rocket lane.
We've seen that number come up a few times tonight.
As the rocket lane takes the win there, 11.24, 120 to a 13.3 at 107.
Yes, very strong run there for a street Harley. And a 13.39 at 107 in the airflow there.
Ben Gerard says that you might need to give me a bit of a whack behind the back of the head here. I said the R word, pushy, take care of him and get violent. Rocket lane comes around, slick shots for the lead, and takes that win. 12.16 at 1:12 to 14.88 at 88.
I can't do you and multitask, right? So I'm just going silent for a bit.
No, you're
I'm
right.
going to Google something. It's bike related, okay? It's not.
I believe you.
It's not piston engine bike related, but it's bike related. Ben, I don't know where I'm going with this.
Not piston related. Rocket Lane takes the win. 12.65 at 1:25.
Just need to know how to spell the fellow's name.
Rocket Lane crosses over, finishes for the win. 11.45 at 1:31 to 13.76 at 98. This one. 10.03, 1:45 to a 10.39 at 1:49.
Yeah, both bikes nudging 150 there.
So that was our current leader now for our street bikes. Previous time of 9.80. Next pair across the line, the Rocket takes the win. 10.86 at 1:34 to 11.66 at 1:11.
Okay, I found what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Have you heard the name Eric Tabouli?
Eric Tabouli?
Yes.
No.
Okay. He's a fairly crazy Englishman, older gentleman.
Yep.
I'm not entirely sure of his age, but definitely in his... There's a 7 in front of his age from what I recall. Now, Eric did a lot of racing in Santa Pod.
Yep.
Thank Ben for this because he got me onto the Santa Pod live streams.
Okay.
Now, his choice of power plant, or likes his two-wheel motorcycles, but they don't run motors in them. This one powered by a rocket.
Right.
A rocket engine, right? So I remember a few years ago I was watching a Santa Pod stream, and it was his last race meeting. He's thinking, I've had enough, right? So, hey?
So he put it on full send?
Pretty much. He had a couple of goals in which he wanted to reach.
Yes.
Now, I might not have the most current information, but he's run 290 mile an hour.
On a bike?
On a bike. No parachutes, no nothing, right?
Oh my God.
So
the Flying Englishman.
Yeah, yeah. If you like, search the name Eric Tabouli rocket bike.
Yeah.
I've just found it on a link to Facebook, but you'll find it on the Google. He ran 4.9 seconds, Adam.
That's awesome.
So his last run, I think he wanted to run 300 mile an hour. So I think he went 300. It was quicker at 1,000 foot than it was at the finish line. So, do you know what that tells me? Because the only way you stop it is you let it run out of fuel, right? Once the candle's lit, it's lit. Yeah. You're on for the ride.
So you don't
right?
overfill it?
No. So that's what he did. The day before he did a run. It's all exhibition, of course, because there's no one silly enough to build another one and get beside him, right?
The rocket class.
Yeah, so he makes his own fuel. Mixes his own fuel. I don't know if you need special licenses for that, but I'm pretty sure.
Imagine being your neighbour peeping around the fence.
So the run before he was slightly shy, and I'm pretty sure that last run he wanted to run 300 mile an hour. Yeah. So he mixed another litre of fuel.
Yep. Ben Gerard's on the delay here with the stream.
297. Yeah. So, that's right. He wanted to run a 4-second pass.
Yeah,
that's what it was. So yeah, he went 497, 297. No parachutes. Just stopped the bike at the end of the braking area. They don't have a sand trap at Centre Pod.
Yeah.
Because it's actually in a big field. If you've ever looked
online.
Yeah. There's a dirty great big wind farm to one side, and then if you watch the live stream, they've got the big wind turbines, right?
Right.
So he's just gone off into the grass, just into the grass.
Off into the sunset.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's pretty crazy. It's not the...
Ben says it's
hydrogen peroxide. Isn't that a rocket?
Is it like hair dye?
Yeah. I thought that was rocket, because a jet is still a turbine, where this is a chemical reaction.
So either way, it's still propelled.
Yeah. It's kind of funny to watch, though. It's not not like watching a Nitro Harley or one of our multi-cylinder bikes, because he rolls up to the staging beams, waves to the crowd, and then fiddles a few valves, obviously open, starting the chemical reaction in the tanks, and then he's just sitting there, and it's like 2 or 3 minutes before it actually starts to happen. And
before the reaction takes place.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's looking at a gauge or something, or several gauges on his instrument panel in front of him, and then all of a sudden it's like, yep, I'm ready. So he signals the starter, and then rolls into stage, and then it's just whoosh, and it's gone. This big cloud of something coming out this tiny little exhaust pipe, and 497. 297 was the result.
That's amazing.
Yeah, pretty cool. But he's not the first person to run that style of power plant. But there was another one, Slam and Sammy. His name had a funny car. Had the same sort of arrangement on it. He would pretty much black out on every run that he did. So you could see why you can't do that anymore. But his biggest thing was getting the fuel.
We're saying, as Ben says in the stream, he used a hydrogen peroxide mixture because apparently it was easy to make.
Yes.
But like, it's still a bit, I don't know.
There's a bit of chemistry happening.
Yeah,
it's above the common person. I'm guessing that he probably had some sort of degree or interest in that.
Afternoon, Eric. What are you doing, mate? I'm just making some rocket fuel. Okay, carry on.
Could you imagine the permits?
When you said Eric Tabuli, I thought you were talking about the Flying Falafel, one of our guys on the stream Wednesday night. He calls himself Someone in chat will correct me and prove me wrong, but it was when you started telling me about Eric Shaw, I thought it was going to be some sort of joke. Instead, it turned into Rocket Man on a bike.
Yeah, no, it's pretty crazy, and I think the age, I guess, just shows that there's no. It's all in your head is the age. You know what I mean, from that side of things. Because I'm pretty sure that in his time as riding that bike, there would have been a few hairy moments. There's one photo on the Facebook page where he's pretty much looks like he's hanging off the bike like a frog. So I dare say that he might not have been too far away from coming off it at that point.
Yeah, right.
It's all about holding your nerve, because obviously that sort of speed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
it's literally like he's holding on for dear life.
He's supermaning off it.
The bike's just pulling him along.
Yeah, but just something a little bit cool I thought I'd mention to our viewers on the stream, and of course those in the crowd and down in the staging area. I don't think that time will be beaten by anyone in the near future, anyway.
The peroxide class.
10:32 with a 148 mile an hour in the aeroflow lane there to take the win. Over a 10:89, I think it was, in the rocket lane.
Next pair of riders up to the line. 2:10 reaction time there from the aeroflow lane.
And Looks like he's going to build on that lead towards the finish line. 10.76 with a 9 and 140 mile an hour.
To 11.04, 132. Puts them in 30th and 37th respectively. No reaction time here from the rocket lane. As you can see, he's got a little bit of a gap off the line. And hopefully the aeroplane will try and come around. And it looks like the rocket lane kept that lead for 11.15 at 125 to 11.52 at 120.
Yeah, looking at the margins there, Adam, he built that lead. He built on that lead a little bit further as he made his way down the racetrack.
Yeah. And as a result, that put them in 48th and 53rd. Michael Richards in the rocket lane, currently 4th in the standings tonight on his GSR 750. And Sherry Buggy on her 666 Racing Custom Hayabusa in the aeroplane lane. She'll be looking to improve her time. She's currently at a 10.16. No 3A reaction there for Michael. Utilises that for his win. A 9.04, 145
Yeah, wow.
to a 9.26.
That's the quickest Michael's gone, I think, on that bike altogether. A good 2.5 tenths quicker than the previous pass that was listed on the computer there.
Well, that time also for Sherry is quite good for her. Brought her up to 7th place.
Cherie's bike just seems to still be bogging a little bit on this on the dump of the clutch.
I can't give her any advice, unfortunately.
Oh, me neither.
I can observe and tell her what she's doing wrong, but I can't tell her what to do right.
That's what they say, Adam, don't they? Those that they can't do talk about it.
Yeah. Instead of a keyboard,
I'm in the same
instead of a keyboard for me to fight with, I've got a microphone. Airflow here takes the win, 9.84, 143, and 11.71 and 134.
Yep, so the Aeroflow lane in improving the PB for the night as well.
Yeah, it brings you up to 10th place.
Wondering if the air's getting a little bit better out there, Adam, because obviously with the humidity in the air, which we both all know that it's been pretty damn hot the last couple of nights here in Sydney. Of course, these bikes running small capacity in relation to a V8 of any description, they're going to be knocked around by the weather.
It's currently 75%, 70 to 75% humidity.
Yeah, that's certainly not ideal for racing of any type, but you'll certainly get a few less horsepower from having 75% humidity.
One of those ugly low bikes. Looking over his shoulder from the rock lane. He's looking as he passed him. That's a bit dirty.
Yeah.
He said, "See you later, bud. I'm crossing over for a 10.38 at 120." And the Aeroflow said, "That's okay. I'll do my 14.68 at 89."
Yep. But I got a better light.
Yes. So top in our street class is still a 9.802. Nice burnout here from the Aeroflow. Rocket Lane was definitely keen to get going.
Sure was. Up on the two-step.
He's jumped it.
013, I think that's the best light I've seen.
One of the best and one of the worst there. Visors down, checked by the officials. Just remember, all competitors, please make sure your visors are down. Airplane takes the win. 11.25 at 121 and 10.75 at 144.
Only about a tenth across the finish line between those two competitors, though. Notice that the aeroflow lane, most of the racers are lining up closer and closer to the paint in the centre of the racetrack.
Before they were on the right-hand side, then on the left-hand side. Just trying to suss out what the best start line side is.
11.33 with a 6, 124 mile an hour in the rocket lane.
Next two pair take off. 270 reaction for the rocket lane. Fortunately, a negative 057 for the aeroflow. And the rocket does cross over, takes the win. 13.57 at 101 to a 15.59 at 82. Next pair of drivers get the go-ahead from our officials.
I reckon for our road trails we should race them off to the side with a couple of jumps maybe.
Like the jumpy trucks?
Yeah, yeah.
Mate of mine calls them jumpy trucks. He wonders why. He actually tried to enter it. He's a ex-Super 2 and he wanted to stay in trucks and his wife said, no effing way, mate. You're kidding yourself. Rocket takes the win, 13.49 at 95 to a 15.35 at 75. Mate of mine is an ex-Super 2 driver. Just had the opportunity to drive a GT3 car from Premier Racing.
Yes.
Pezivris.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, he's got GT3 cars now, so
on top of the V8 supercars.
Yeah, and on top of his drag cars. So behind Nick Carroll, he's did a test drive and apparently went really well. So watch this space for Nick.
It must be such a good feeling to be selected for something like that, just to be given the chance to have that opportunity presented to you. And then of course you've got the side of that is the pressure of needing to perform or to meet expectation, I guess, is the next challenge.
That was the issue, because he used to be in, they were doing Trans Am for a while there.
Yes.
And then he did S5000, and S5000, as we all know, kind of went up and then back down again quite quickly. So he stayed with Gary through all that, and then he's actually friends with James Golding.
Yes.
Supercars.
Yep.
So they actually live together up on the Gold Coast. That's how Nick got into the Premier side.
Yes.
And then his Trans Am knowledge and S5000 knowledge got him into a GT3 test drive, and apparently went too well.
Yes.
In a good way.
Yes.
So, yeah, looks like hopefully that might get him some sort of drive.
Well, of course, it's every racer's dream to race with somebody else's money, yeah?
I mean, why not?
Yeah. Our next pair up at the staging light. They're both into full stage now. Rocket lane slightly better on the reaction time. At this point, out in front. Still out in front at 1,000, but I don't think the Aero is going to get there, no. 13.08, 102 mile an hour at the rocket lane to a 13.48, I think it was in the airflow.
14.48. Not too bad, not too bad. Just a reminder to our riders, when you come out of the burnout box, remember to put your visors down, please. Just takes a bit of time if we have to stop our proceeding to notify you guys. So just a bit of tidy up housework there. Visors down.
13.44 with an 8 in the rocket lane.
Really off the line, aren't they?
I'm wondering if the tyres are starting to get too hot.
Okay, yeah, true, very true actually.
Not 100% sure what their construction is. Like we see that with, in relating that to cars, like that when they run the radial tyre, doing a big burnout with a radial tyre is not good. They actually get too hot. And the compounds just don't work. So really, all you're wanting to do with that style of tyre is just get a little bit of smoke. Once they're smoking, they're hot enough generally. The machine in the aeroflow lane on a mission. 11.78 with a 7, 119 miles an hour.
Going to try something a second. Will she be right back?
Rider in the aeroflow lane, very close to that centre line. Takes the win, 10.63 with an 8, 148 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.02 at 125 in the rocket lane. I'll tell you what though, the rider in the aero there wouldn't want to get much closer to the centre of the racetrack because of course you go over that centre line, that's disqualification of the run. Not to mention, on a bike you hit one of those foam blocks, it might just be enough to unsteady you. Straight run for the rider in the aeroflow lane there. 12.12 with a 5, 113. Those bikes sounding like it bogged down a little bit, but 0.25 reaction time for our rider in the rocket lane, but I think the aeroflow lane out in front at the moment and gets there. 13.27 with a 7.99 miles an hour to a 14.08 at 100.3. Aeroflow lane there, 10.52 with a 7, 148 miles an hour. to a 13.09 at 101 in the Rocket Lane. Close in reaction times and ET there, only about a 1/10 of a second between them at the finish line. 11.16, 133 mile an hour to take the win. About ready to launch off the start line. Oh, the bike in the airflow lane, big sideways. Step sideways, right over towards the wall. Went from the right-hand side of the lane over to the left.
0.91 reaction time too, just trying to get that win. Definitely got it. 10.47 at 130 to a 13.31 at 104. Puts him in 23rd place. So our quickest night for our night is our M13 entrance still at 9.802.
Again, the bike in the airflow lane over towards the wall. On a bit of a number there though, 10.48 with a 6, 139 miles an hour. Would definitely be one of the quickest Harleys on the premises. 15.05 in the Rocket Lane.
Something very choppy down there.
Yeah. Just idling away.
0.91 reaction time here from the Rocket Lane. Let's see if you can turn that into a quick time and a win. Goes through with a 7.3 to the 8th and finishes off down the quarter 11.33 at 121 and 11.80 at 117. Puts the Rocket Lane into 48th place.
Almost rhythmic, that idle of the Harley we can hear on the live stream. Airflow lane with a much better reaction time, but he's going to get out horsepowered. 10.63 with a 6, 142 mile an hour at the top end for the Rocket Lane. Ah, we've gone pro tree, Adam.
We have. I've just noticed that myself.
Of course, that means that all 6 ambers on the Christmas tree flash at once. So for all our racers and riders down in the staging lanes, the next time you face the tree, you'll get one flash, then the green.
This might call a couple of people out here by surprise.
The airflow lane has this one in the bag. 10.001, 146 miles an hour. to an 11.84 at 124.
The next two riders get ready to take off.
Oh, good save there. The rear tyre all but on that white painted line there. Well, that could have been pretty messy there, Adam.
Yeah, it looked like he had a little panic moment, understandably. Pro Tree's definitely getting the action time. It's definitely affecting him. Either way, Rocket takes the win. 10.41, 134 to 10.99, 133.
Well, I guess the issue is, Adam, that like we see on our Wednesday night race for reals, the bikes and cars just not set up to launch on a Pro Tree. But that doesn't mean that you can't cut a good line. I think we saw one of our reaction time winners on previous Wednesday night was a gentleman. I'm sure it was done at the Pro Tree section of the night, and he was in a Hilux, a Toyota Hilux.
Wow.
Yeah. So I think it was a pure guess. He guessed the light.
He had it all against him, didn't he? Rocket takes the win here, 9.34, 152 to a 10.67, 138.
Is that where you watch the starter's finger on the button, maybe? I don't know.
They actually had that in Formula 1 back in the 80s, because the countdown to green was actually timed. It wasn't random like it is now.
I saw that, and they caught like 4 or 5 teams out because they were...
They did a fake beep and 4 cars took off.
I saw that. It's like, gotcha, because there was like 5 cars that all left at exactly the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The things that they think of to get advantage is just crazy.
Well, I think they were intercepting the radio signal or something. That's how it was working between the starter throwing the switch to the light.
Receiver.
The receiver was a radio signal. So, they'd worked out. They had suspicions that a number of teams were cheating. And, gotcha. Because it looks pretty obvious when there was like 5. I'm sure in the clip I saw there was like 5 cars left all at the same time. Well, the rider in the rocket lane pretty much on the unprepped section of the racetrack. Certainly what it looked like from up here. 10.23 with a 7, 136 miles an hour.
An 11.7 at 102 for the aeroflow lane.
That's not bad. 1.82 on the tree for the rider in the rocket lane.
Turns into a 10.57, 133, and the aeroflow lane for a 10.40 at 140. Puts him in 5th and 7th place now in the pro standings. Rick Coping, the Suzuki GT, and the aeroflow lane.
Ben said he thinks that's an R7. I think he's 2 strokes to the 750.
Okay.
Yeah. So he thinks he's on a R7, Yamaha R7 Turbo.
Oh.
Tonight, yeah. 989 with an 8, 145 to a 1014 at 140. Shane Copping now, doing battle with the Aeroflow Lane Racer. He gets his machine wound up and says, I'll see you at the finish line. 10:44 with a 150 mile an hour.
And a 140, so 14.0 at 93 in the Rocket Lane. That 10.4 puts him into 9th place on the pro standing. Crosses over for the win. 10.24 at 149 to 11.67 at 146 puts him in 7th position.
I'd like to see who's the most consistent out of our riders, disregarding the ETs. Who's done over 5 runs? What's your spread from quickest to fastest?
I'd like to think it was one of the top bikes, but some of these street bikes, if you just give it that great launch every time, you don't do so much with it.
Yes. Well, as you'd understand, a lot of times it's not always about being the fastest. We see, like our Street Fighter class, for example.
Bracket racing,
there's some of the least powerful cars and bikes are the ones that are most consistent. I realise I just said that as a drag racer, but yes, sometimes it's not all about being the quickest, especially in die-your-own racing. Ooh, big free rev, I think, from both bikes there. Issues for our rider in the Aeroflow lane. I think we might have broken him, Adam.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Angela Phipps gets down the racetrack with a 10.82 at 141 miles an hour. Sounded like she spun the wheel a little bit as well on the hit, but our rider in the Aeroflow lane just about to come to a stop at around half track.
Just a reminder for viewers at home and our ladies and gentlemen here in the crowd, next Wednesday is our final night for our Race for Real. It is a Christmas themed night. So if you want to try and get down this year, then Wednesday is your option. And then following that, on the 20th of December, we've got our Thank God It's Friday from the Cleety Group. 20th of December, we've got our burnout comp down here at the Skid Pan, 20th of December.
And that will be our final event for 2024.
Yeah. And then when we return, we have a test and tune for our IHRA license holders. That's on the 18th of January. So if you do have an IHRA license, this is an opportunity for you to come down for our test and tune. And then next year in March, 20th of March, Sydney Euro Motor Festival. So we're going to have roll racing, drag racing, show and shine, trade stands. Some corporate facilities are available at the top, and also some food trucks will be situated down below in between the show and shine. So a bit of everything for everyone. If you're into your Euro type of scene, then that's definitely the event for you.
Not a bad line out of our rider in the airflow lane. 179 on the Pro Tree. The Rocket Lane with the performance though, 10.55 with a 9, 136 miles an hour. The airflow lane, a 14.79, 87 miles an hour through the finish line. Our next pair go through their burnout procedure. Oh, 146 on the tree in the airflow lane. Out in front here, and will take the win. 10.17 with a 5, 132 mile an hour. And 11.67 at 106 for our rider in the Rocket Lane.
Takes the win 13.21 with a 100 to a 14.67.85. These two riders coming to the stage. The Airflow takes the win there, 11.88 at 113 to a 12.8 at 104.
As our next pair roll up to the start line, ready for another crack at that Pro Tree, of course, here at Sydney Dragway. Officials just notified us of our two winners of the fastest street bike, the fastest ET for street bike here tonight. And your runner-up is Josh Stanek. And your winner tonight, the fastest ET for a street bike, as Adam said, it has to be a
street bike,
street registered bike, so that unfortunately excludes all of our race-built bikes, but
hydrogen peroxide
and hydrogen. If Eric's out, unfortunately, it's null and void. I don't think you get very far running that on the street. But our winner tonight in street bike competition, Brett Copping. So congratulations to both those riders. I'm sure our officials have awarded you your trophies down in the staging lanes. Congratulations, and thank you for being part of our bike night. Of course, we still have a fair bit of racing to do here tonight. We'll just keep cycling through and look forward to the next bike night, I dare say, early in the new year.
Good result for Brett as well, very consistent. So just as we've got here, runner-up, Brett Copping, and our winner is Josh Stanek. So 9.84 with a 1. So that's a great result for Josh, takes the win. Brett was Mr. Consistent tonight, but Josh looks like he's a bit quicker for the night. And the Rocket Lane takes the win, 13.24 at 102 to a 13.59 at 94.
As the Rocket Lane marches on to another win. 10.94 with a 138 miles an hour.
And Rocket Lane comes in 13.78 at 104.
Again, the riders in the airflow lane choosing to
stay
line
on
up
the tree side,
right next to that white line.
Yeah. See what the Rocket Lane took off, and then he just wheel spun, and unfortunately, Aeroflow Lane came around him for the 60. Takes the win, 10.55 at 144 to a 12.57 at 118. When the Rocket Lane he took off, it just free rolled, free spun, and was going nowhere quick.
I think that potentially that's I'll say a downside. If no one's doing burnouts, the start line probably gets a little bit cooler. You know what I mean? Where if you're at a championship event and you've got all the cars and that doing burnouts right up to the start line, then you're building heat continually into the race surface. I haven't been outside, but I dare say it's probably not very cold. But nevertheless, also if you've done several burnouts, the tyre's probably more than hot.
Yeah,
that's true. If you're coming back around fairly quickly. 2:45, the reaction time in the Aeroflow lane there.
As the Rocket Lane looks like he's going to come around, he does.
Yep, in front just before 1,000.
Wow. 13.46 at 100 for the Rocket Lane. And a 14.72 at 88 for the Aeroflow.
Our next pair rolling up into the staging beams.
Both of them lay that into a moment. Aeroflow pushes through.
Yeah, it does. 26 with a 9, 119 to a 13.46 at 112.
Nice burnout there from the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, he's got it on disco mode, the underglow light this time around.
You know what I thought of straight away? Remember the movie Cars, where they're cruising down the freeway with the I don't know why that.
I can't relate. I don't have kids. Strong pass out of the Rocket Lane. 9.26 with a 6, 151 miles an hour to a 10.65 with a 2.
That puts you up in the second. Oh, but then again, it's not a street. Yeah, it's a disco bike is a quick bike. Reaction times here for these pair. Sounds like one of them missed a gear just then. Must have been the airfare lane, and the Rocket takes the win. 10.38 at 1.39 to 11.44, 1.23.
Yeah, they were shaping up definitely to be a pretty close race. I think, as you said, the aeroflow lane, I think, might have just missed a gear there. Easy enough done.
Oh, a couple of wheelies again from the aeroflow competitor. Overcomes it, takes the win. 11.16 with a 3 at 1.23, with 11.87 with a 6 at 1.22.
All right, here we go. That's Matthew Hunt taking on Angela Phipps Hunt down there. Wonder if there's a little bit of skin in this game.
It's for the dishwashing.
Perhaps. Mowing of the lawn or the washing of the car, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, Matthew definitely with a better light there, but the bike getting all tail happy up on the hit. Angela's not going to come back from there.
Coming around though.
Yeah, she's chasing him down, but didn't get there. 6/10 across the finish line. 10.64 with a 140 mile an hour for Angela, and a
10.63 was it? Yeah. That's the problem, Steve. We get too excited when it gets neck and neck.
Trying to be.
We are being ready.
Talk faster. Just to be like those disclaimer people that talk really quick.
We're going to take us lane 10.33, 1.43. And the airflow at 10.84, 1.44. I won't do that again. That was shocking.
That's all right. All in good fun. Right, so Michael Richards down there in the airflow lane.
Sherry Buggy in the rocket lane. So Suzuki versus Suzuki. GSXR versus Hayabusa.
So Richards is lined up on the left-hand side of the groove this time. Let's see what happens. Ran a 9.0 earlier tonight. A little bit of a wiggle on the hit, but not too bad. 1.3 to the 60.
Oh, she's coming around.
9.000. 145 mile an hour for Michael in the airflow lane to a 9.26 with the 2. 151 mile an hour for Cherie. So good side-by-side race there.
For the pros, that takes from the first and second. What a race. Good entertainment that was. As our next two drivers come in.
Not 100% sure what Michael's PB is on that bike. He hasn't had it that long.
Airflow finishes the line. 10.70 at 1.37 to 11.33 at 1.32. Puts them in 25th and 35th respectively. As our next two entrants come up. Looks like it's pretty neck and neck here. Rocket Lane's kindly got the lead after the 8th and takes the win on the quarter at 10.39 at 1.49 to 11.93 at 1.17.
It's kind of deceptive. I mean, watching all night, even the bikes that mile an hour and are quite quick in ET, the slightly slower bike at the finish line is still fairly competitive up to like the 330 foot mark in terms of the ET and the speed that they register at those points.
as the Rocket takes the win here. 11-0, 126 to 11-31 at 133. Puts them in 31st and 36th respectively.
It's a lot closer pairing that time around.
Yeah. It actually looks like it's a pretty good race. Pretty neck and neck as I say that.
The Aeroflow Lane will take the win. 9.81. 147 miles an hour.
And at 10.28 at 146 in the Rocket Lane. At 9.8 puts him into 5th place.
Volt 245 light in the Aeroflow Lane. Tops it off with a 10.47, 140 mile an hour.
And the Rocket Lane 11.94 at 119. Takeoff. Rocket Lane had the fast reaction time. It looks like the Aeroflow had the speed, but it looks like the Rocket... Oh no, Aeroflow just pipped him. 10.65 at 144 to 10.92 at 142. I don't know what the stream chat's going on about there, but the chat's about RC cars, man.
I know Benny's into RC cars, and I think there's a couple of the group there that also race as well. 10.21 with a 3, 132 mile an hour in the Rocket Lane to take the win.
Panel man, I hope that description isn't about you and just like a hypothetical. Because it might. I'm just going to show Steve that one. Yeah. As the Aeroflow Lane rolls over, takes the win. 11.85 at 114 to a 12.86 at 105. Puts them at 46 and 54 respectively.
Rocket Lane out in front, 10.85 with an 8, 148 mile an hour. To an 11.25 at 131 for the Aeroflow.
That puts him in 28th and 37th place.
Didn't see any step-throughs racing tonight.
Sorry?
We didn't see any step-throughs racing tonight.
So I've got official word from Panel Man that was it was confirmed news and it was about RC. So now they've said it has to be true. As that next pair comes up to the line.
Not quite sure I'd want to be a clutch plate in one of these bikes. Or
Some
clutch disc
on,
on.
don't they? You're ringing for life. But again, that's probably where the delay boxes and things are like coming into play.
Well, it's more than just the number of launches that they're doing in reasonably quick succession right now. 10.73 with an 8 to a 10.57 with an 8. Better reaction time in the Aeroflow Lane. the horsepower wins in the right with 11.05, 121 to an 11.67 at 117 in the Aeroflow. Just been told by Michael Riches, one of our racers here tonight, and an official here at the racetrack, his PB has just been reset on that last run, a 9.00. So congratulations to Michael. I know that you're always keen to get out here and ride whatever bike you choose to jump aboard, and always want to see improvement. And I know you and the team working incredibly hard to get that bike sorted, and hopefully tonight a step in the right direction.
It's good when you enjoy the sport so much that you can help being a fisherman and also compete. It's
yes.
Best of both worlds. It's great. And the next two pairs, it sounds like the pair of dirt bikes are back. Rocket takes the win, 13.91 at 92 to a 15.69 at 78. Oh, quick bunny hop there from the Aeroflow.
Not a bad light though, 3.43. I think the quickest I've seen on a pro tree has been 0.17 or something along those lines. And the Rocket Lane will take it 14.65 with a 6.83 mile an hour to a 15.23. .31. Nice light for the rider in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, the Harley had the lead off the reaction time in the 60 foot, and then the Aeroflow came around for the slingshot. But yeah, 11.78 at 119 for the Aeroflow, not too bad.
Yeah, and a 14.67 in the Rocket Lane for the Harley rider.
Pedaling it down the line there, Rocket Lane.
It definitely was. 177 to the 60. And 11.25. 120 mile an hour in the Rocket Lane. Good second, quicker than the previous best in our Pro Tree section of the night.
Yeah, and a 13.2 from the Aeroflow as we just check the track and the beams just quickly. Next pair taking off. both similar election times in the 600,000, sorry. And the Rocket Lane takes the win with a 12.84.101 to a 13.34 at 96.
.352 a light in the Aeroflow lane. But the Rocket Lane will take the win. 10.71 with a 2, 143 miles an hour.
As the Devil Horns comes out again, the Rocket Lane.
Fairly even off the start line with their action time.
Aeroflow stretched its legs on this one. Crosses over the win. 10.81 at 145 for the Aeroflow lane. To a 13.33 at 105 for the Rocket lane. That puts Mr. Aeroflow into 10th place.
Angela Phipps Hunt down there in the Rocket Lane. 161 light. Bike looked to not launch as cleanly as she would have liked there in the Rocket Lane.
Looked a bit doughy.
11.42 with a 4, 140 mile an hour. So definitely got the speed at the top end.
Times here for these two.
Too much unit at all.
Close at the 8th. Well, this is going to be close. Oh. Rocket takes the win. 10.92 at 134 to 11.09 at 134.
Only a 10th there, but looking at the previous times, though, the bike in the Aeroflow lane there had run a 9.
Okay. Sometimes something small at the beginning down here, Steve, turns into something big down the end.
Very true.
Story of drag racing. Rocket Lane takes the win here, 9.81 at 147 to a 10.11 at 45. Puts him into 5th and 8th.
Paper, the Aeroflow lane should get it. And does. 10.74 with a 3, 141 miles an hour.
11.25 at 133 for the Rocket lane. Lane looks like he's got a great launch. He's maintained that gap all the way through to the end. Takes the win with a 10.30 at 140 to 11.06 at 126.
Red Copping on the start line now.
Out of the Aeroflow lane. Converts it to the win with a 9.90 at 146.
Yeah, wow. Wow, very consistent.
Yeah, well done to Brett there. To 11.56 at 1:19. That puts Brett up into 6th place.
Pretty scary when you consider not that long ago, like pro stock motorcycle wasn't too far away from that, and he's on a street bike.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Okay, pro bike now is into the 6s, but still.
The progression
yeah.
over time, the amount of time has been.
10.50, 146 miles an hour in the Rocket Lane. Will take that one. The Airflow Lane with a better reaction time. Very, very close to the centre line there, Adam.
Close finish too. 11.39, 1:31 for the Airflow for the win to a 11.69 at 1:21. They were very close together.
They were. I think the Rocket Lane was just hoping to catch the foam block.
I thought it was like some NASCAR drafting.
Yeah, side drafting. Not a bad light in the Rocket Lane, 170. The Airflow Lane gets there first, so 11.98 with a 9, 1:14.
And in the Rocket Lane, you've got a 13.01 at 1:05. Rocket takes the... Oh, sorry, he didn't get no time on the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, no, he left too soon. He rolled out before the tree was activated there, Adam.
So 11.11 at 1:29 for the Airflow Lane. That's why you don't read chat. Don't try and change cameras.
Well, you're doing two more things there than I will.
Can you do this? You know that I think the left foot, right foot, like playing.
No, I've got no chance. I don't even
did I?
No, I know you didn't. You didn't mean it like that.
No,
I'm just saying, I was being straight up saying, no, I can't do it. I don't have the
fair.
coordination.
Fair.
It's all right. I know what you meant.
The last couple of riders coming through.
You rub your tummy one way.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I can't do that.
Till that left lane's disappeared in the camouflage on me. There he is. 13.42 at 96 to a 14.89 at 84.
.255 on the tree for an Airflow Lane racer, but the Rocket will get there first. 11.04 with a 1:21.
And 11.51 at 1:20 for the Airflow. Good launch here from the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, picked up 4/10 off the start line to the 60-foot.
Yeah.
Built the run from there. 14.83 with a 7.82 mile an hour.
To a 16.92 at 78.
Correct.
Sorry, a solo run here. quick shout out to the City Random Riders while we've got a quick delay here. Quick thank you for your attendance. Appreciate you guys coming down as a group.
Of course, Heavy Duty Magazine for the support of the event as well. Mick is very, very passionate about his motorcycle drag racing. And of course his motorcycles as well, just in general. He's been able to turn his passion into his livelihood. And a 13.45 with a 195 miles an hour in the airflow lane will take the win to a 13.93.
At 27. Casual 27. Bit of rev limiter there going on.
Yeah.
Rocket Lane comes to Aeroflay takes it. 11.59 at 127 to 11.34 140.
Didn't think he was going to hang on to that there.
That much.
That's about a tenth across the finish line, but it certainly didn't look that much.
Nearly commentator cursed me. Or him. As the Aeroflay crosses over the win, 11.75 at 118 and a 12.63 at 102. Both riders are now in stage beams. We're just going to do a quick roll back here. Bring it back into the beam, restart the timing. A 12.26 at 145 for the Rocket Lane and a 13.39 at 104 for the Aeroflow lane. Just a solo run here for the Aeroflay lane, across the line, 11.77 at 96. And that concludes our event for the night for Bike Night. Thanks to all the participants, competitors, and the spectators who are coming along tonight. Don't forget, next Wednesday, the 11th of December, is our Christmas theme. It is our final event for Race for Real for the year. So if you like to come down, come on down.
And of course, if burnouts are your thing, the Friday the 20th was our, thank God it's Friday burnout competition, of course brought to us by Kalidi Motorsports. And on behalf of the Dragway this evening, I'd like to thank all of our competitors, all of our spectators, all of our friends and the regulars on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube chat. Thank you very much for all your participation. Thank you very much to our officials out there in the heat this afternoon, of course, allowing the event to take place and make sure that everybody's kept as safe as possible. On behalf of the racetrack, Adam and I look very forward to seeing you here at the venue in the very near future. Keep your eyes on the track's website, www.sydneydragway.com.au. Be safe on the roads, and we'll see you all next week. Good night.